you know, and that's what all this is about, is to separate us from the creator.
Yeah, and I think you see hints of that in history, or what history we've actually dug up, ourselves, that they don't like to talk about a lot. That people had come close to that point, and that's why there's so much,
Yeah,
wars back in the past. It's like history just keeps repeating.
I would totally agree with you on that. That there's been, moments that in the past where that has been the case, that we've reached that, like we've been there, and that's what they're trying to prevent us from doing. And I think they're actually wanting to sever the means by which we can do it, which is where all this DNA change and changing the code within us.
Yeah, eugenics. Yeah.
We're supposed to. I mean, it's down to the tiny, seemingly. I mean, it's seemingly insignificant to us right now. But when you think about it, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of different aspects, like shoes, for instance. Wearing shoes that don't allow you to ground. Like we're supposed to have like a physical connection with the earth, and
It's been sleeved.
yeah, and then with and when we eat, like when we eat plants, when we eat food that nature provides, it's supposed to be like you're supposed to eat it like straight off the tree, straight out of the ground. It's not supposed to be packaged and radiated and and shipped and then GMO'd and sprayed with chemicals and just all this crap that they do to it. And I'm sure that changes the vibrational frequency of the food that you're eating, and I know that there's definitely connection there. There, I mean, there would have to be.
Yeah, nothing's real anymore in that sense. Our food, like convenienced foods.
We're supposed to eat it while there's still life in it.
Yeah, you are what you eat.
You are what you absorb.
And the water, I mean, that's a big one for me, man. I'm telling you, that's a huge, huge one for me. I would love to be able to create this water system, and I've often called it like I even have a name for it. Next to nature, you know, water filtration system. Next to nature water system. Because I mean, I think it would need to go through so many, and we could never like mimic nature, but when water goes through so many different stages, it's like okay, when it falls out of the sky, when it's rain, it's like it's got a certain charge, it's got a certain vibration. It falls through the air, which causes it to have. I mean, it starts right there, right? And all these like effects and changes and who knows what it absorbs out of that, out of the air, out of the ether. I mean, th- this non tangible that we can't touch and we can't measure. like elements of life that are within the ether. I mean, who knows what it's going to absorb? And then it hits the ground, and which is a different, like, it's neutral charge, right? It's well, you ground, it's the ground. So when it hits the ground, it's grounded, and then it runs through, across all the plants. It like picks up, minerals and polysaccharides, and it just and little. I don't know that it picks up bacteria because I mean I haven't looked to see if there is any there, but it's whatever. So, but it picks up all these things from nature, and then it, runs across the rocks. It runs into the earth,
Yeah,
and
it
then
permeates everything. Yeah,
yeah,
everything, and that's from the beginning of the cycle. So if something's happened to it there, it's gonna affect everything further on down the cycle.
and then within the earth, it's a different charge, and then you have like these. It's constantly moving. It's never like it's constantly moving. So, and then you can have like these vortices where it is spiraling and it's being turned, and then it's under pressure, right? And then pressure is put upon it, and then it's forced back up out of the earth. You can get it through springs or whatever it comes out of. Like, so think of all those processes that it goes through, and then that's how the water is supposed to be. That is the state at which water should be when we consume it.
Hey, Truth, you're coming in a little loud.
Oh wow, I'm sorry, my bad. Um,
But yeah, and like you say though, obviously it's affected by the environment it's in. So taking in that to effect.
so how do I fix that? Do I change my output volume?
Yeah, you can do that.
Because it's already like down halfway. Let's see. Is that better?
So it's a little better. Maybe down just a little further.
How's that? Is that okay?
Still a
Am
little
I still
loud.
am I still coming in a little loud?
Oh,
Still a
no,
bit
no,
loud.
okay,
but
right there.
we
Right there
we
sounds
turn
good.
it down personally.
Now hold on. That's turned all of you guys down. Why is it turned all of you guys down? Okay, how's this? Is that different?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, you can turn it up just a little bit even.
Okay. How's that? Am I still coming in too loud?
Perfect.
Perfect.
All right, cool. Thanks. It's like I was turning the wrong one. It's like I kept doing it and you guys kept getting lower and lower and lower. And I was like, no, that has to be the wrong thing. Yeah, I don't know how to adjust all that crap. But yeah, I have thought about and I've wanted to. It's just things are changing so fast, you know. You can have an idea one summer, and then which is kind of what happened to me, and then within that next year, you have well, COVID happened, right? Everything changed, and your priorities kind of like shift at that moment. So it's I don't know. It's really hard to focus on something like that right now with the state of the world. But I had thought about creating a water system where you might do something like uh, distillation or reverse osmosis or both. Distill it and then reverse osmosis, and then let it run through like this infuse the minerals with it and infuse some, polysaccharides, like get some aloe plants and things like that for it to run across and constantly keep it moving. Have it vorticing, have vortices in it.
Not getting stagnant. Yeah.
Yeah, and keep it like moving, and even have like cymatics at the bottom to where you have like
Um,
the
I also think what's important is containing it in glass as well, because I think metal, it gives a strange taste, and obviously we don't want it in plastic.
right. Yeah, it'd be what the coolest thing would be is if it could be made out of, you know, if there was some way to make it out of. I mean, you couldn't get your like your tube and all that to be made out of it, but I mean, there is a possibility of, I don't know. I don't know about bamboo and stuff like that, maybe, but have the container. I don't know. I kind of like the rocks, the limestone, bamboo, and it'd be cool if you could make it out of things like that, but you really couldn't. It would have to be out of glass. But then, have like some sound frequency hitting it and have it like a stage just before that to where if we knew and we could pinpoint the electrical charge that's like best compared to nature, like when you get water from a spring and it's still like if there was some way to find out what that is, and then you know expose it to that and have it charged, and then have like the final stage be the sound frequencies, like hit it with a sound
Yeah,
frequency,
find that
like,
frequency and then play it to it.
and then just keep it circulating, like not through the distiller and the reverse osmosis. Once it's ran through that and it's ran through the first time, it just has like a recirculating area where it goes through all the other ones and just repeats, through all the other stages over and
Yeah.
over.
If throw in a little Mozart for good taste.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I love Mozart. It's got happy music. I don't like Beethoven whatsoever. It's like the most depressing crap I've ever heard in my life. Every time I listen to it, I get depressed. It just brings me down. You cannot listen to Mozart and and be sad. You can't listen to it and still feel down.
I don't know. I don't mind quite a lot of classical music, but my sister always does say that. She's like, "Oh, it's always depressing, classical music. Quite a lot of it."
She's probably listening to Beethoven, like, well, really, there's several of them, like a couple of them that to me, like when I hear it, it brings me down. But Mozart doesn't. Mozart's up. Have your sister to try specifically Mozart next, and see if she feels that way about Mozart. It may be the type that she's listening to. But yeah, I mean that's the only processes we know. Like when it goes into the earth, I mean who's to say what really happens to it, right? There could be processes within the earth that we're totally unaware of.
For sure.
Especially when you're talking about the primary water that comes from the deep, quote, the deep, unquote. And I think all these uh, power lines, and frequency devices all this frequency pollution that we live in is also another method at which they use to alter, and try to sever our connection to the Creator.
Yeah, trying to lower our frequency.
Just those three things there alone, just by themselves, are biggies in my opinion. Like they're probably the most prevalent. Like not being grounded, not being connected to the earth, and then the state of the water and the foods that we eat, and the um, freak the frequency pollution that we live in.
Yeah, it's hard to, like, with the water one. You can try and uh, sort out yourself, by getting a distiller or something like that. And obviously, if you want, you can walk bare feet somewhere every day, just to get grounded.
And
But
avoid
staying away from the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and avoid consuming the fluoride.
Well, hopefully that's what distilling is supposed to get rid of, all impurities.
So I'd be curious to know. I wonder if there's. Um, I would just about put money on it that there's some kind of correlation to, those who avoid consuming the the fluoride, and people who are in nature a lot and end up like being grounded and away from all this frequency pollution.
Oh yeah, I always
Long-term.
believe we're weaker for it being in modern society. Definitely.
Well, I was, yeah. What I would also predict. I would almost put money on it and bet that it's those people, the ones who do that wake up to the truth and realize, are able to see the lies.
Or probably haven't even come across the lies in some cases. Like Amazonian tribes. They think they might have lived a life untouched from all the silly lies. The world gets told.
Well, if I ever get a chance to, I'm definitely gonna try to have that manufactured, the next to nature water system. So if you guys ever see it out on, online for sale, a website with a next to nature water system, or you see it like in your retailer store or something like that, take notice and see, who made it, who the inventor is, and
Truth patent.
because you never, yeah, yeah. So that's the one thing I would definitely engineer and manufacture. Put on the shelves. Does anyone know why Ryan Dunn 17's muted? Ryan Dunn 17. Are you
Sorry,
there,
I missed
Ryan?
that.
What's that, Jim?
Sorry, I left the room. I didn't hear you.
I was trying to find out why Ryan Dunn 17 was server muted. I'm going to re-server mute you, though, if you don't respond, because I have no clue why you were server muted. And I'm not going to leave you unserver muted, especially if I don't speak to you. Are you there, Ryan? Alrighty then, I guess not.
I was wondering where everyone was, but they're all down in Bible chat.
I don't mind having conversations about spirituality and about the creator, but I don't like having 'em where you're like I don't even want to have 'em really with someone where you're going to be fighting against a closed-minded belief. If they have a belief already and they're set in stone. Because I like to just explore the way
Many meanings.
creation and nature is and how it, yeah, exactly, and how it reveals itself and go from there because I want to know what the truth is. I don't want to be so I don't because of that I don't have a lot of conversations about it.
Yeah, same here, really. So for me, it's also like learning as well. Like quite a lot of them will know the Bible a lot better than I do. But I think I do interpret it different.
Do you think the Bible's the best way to get in contact with God?
Well, here's another thing. You've got to also be able to question the Bible as well, because how do we know who it's been written by? And
Yeah. Yeah.
question
Because
everything.
really the point is, isn't it, to get in contact with the big cheese? Do you
True.
reckon? Like, even if it was a comic book, as long as you get in contact and your awareness develops and you make that connection, there's so many ways to do that, really. Prayer, your intention, just caring for your friends and family, those around you, being honest. I mean, that's the message, right?
Right.
And service to others.
Yeah.
It might be good for like bringing someone to the awareness of trying to have make that effort to get in contact with the creator.
Yeah.
Like it may do that, but I don't believe it's gonna.
Yeah. I think it's kind of a special time in a lot of ways, like what for the modern, because we're in kind of a strange time in history. I mean, that's what it seems like. It seems if you believe in history that there's been different cycles and eras, and this one seems full of misinformation and illusion, and I don't know if it's always been that way.
like it's flip flopped. Like my generation when we were young, like all atheist, mindset, and I think now it's like this weird. Once you come of age, and you see the world for what it is, it's like that starts changing, and it's like a wave,
Yeah, it's spreading out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's completely been turned on its head.
Yeah, I've heard of quite a few people around me too. They call it the quickening.
The
I find
quickening,
yeah.
rapid awakening.
Yeah, like it's like an energy. Like say if like do re mi fa, like how it goes up.
Yeah.
It's like a scale.
Frequency.
It's a vibrational frequency, exactly. So some people are feeling a increase.
If you resonate with it, then you'll have a quickening. It's kind of like a two-stage process. Like first we had the awakening. Well, first we had the calling. So you had this like calling to draw you to pay attention and have an awareness. And then you had the awakening, the things that you could wake up to and have an awakening to. And then you have the quickening, where you actually are finally resonating on the proper frequency to have the quickening. Like the calling is required for the awakening, and the awakening is required for the quickening.
Yeah. It's 100%. It's almost like there's got to be petrol in the car. You start the car up, and then once you get it going, you can sort of accelerate, you can slow down, you can change, you can go left, you can go right. So it's it's good to hear you say that truth prevails, because that's very eloquent. You're saying something very profound and very deep in a very subtle way.
Yeah, you can't skip stages.
That's it.
Yeah, well, it's built off of what you said, so you're part of it.
Relay.
And hopefully we can build more onto that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I was just talking to my mum about some stuff and then thought, I just want to see where everyone's at, and I've just joined. I wasn't listening, so maybe there's a synchronicity there.
Very well could be. I believe there's always a reason. Like you're going to be syncing up to something always. If it's not what you're supposed to be, if it's not what's good for you, it's going to be what's bad for you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was saying to my mum about choosing wisely. There's choices to be made, and I said, the honest people. It's like a quality. It's sort of underrated. Honesty. It's powerful.
Oh, excuse me for jumping in. It's this golden eagle.
Creates trust.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a really unusual thing to come to flat Earth. I mean, to as you're saying, like to deal with that truth or to be open to that is a really unusual thing. It's a very strange thing to have awakened to this when the prevailing opinion, is accepted by everybody. Like we were all raised to think in a particular way, and we all just accept it as truth until we awaken to it. But to have that awakening is a really bizarre. When you think of the way that the world is, the way that most people think, it's a very unusual thing to awaken to something like flat Earth. And of course, when we're coming to it, we do think it's unusual, we think it's strange, and certainly those that we talk to, treat it as something quite. But what I kind of find it like it's a privilege to have that awakening. It's a very unusual thing. It's not something I would say I could take credit for, because life kind of it just herds you in this particular way, and all of your experiences culminate in this openness that leads to the awakening.
Do you think maybe it boils down to like resonance? Like what? Okay, so which would begin within you, like what you desire. What do you when you hear information? What do you honor? What do you desire? What do you is it truth, or is it just something that's going to benefit you in some way? And even if it's a lie, it's okay as long as it benefits you. Like that's going to determine what you're going to resonate with, whatever you desire. And then when it's how you treat people, like how you treat people is going to cause a certain resonance within you. And like whether you want to love someone or whether you want to commit murder, these things are they're gonna cause a resonance within you. And so maybe it has to do with that, with just that resonance that you've established with a certain, energy, and that is like the path through which this is going to happen. Like
Yeah,
the
and
path through which.
Yeah, it's like I like what you're saying. I mean, it's like an awakening, and that's why, like, in a sense, I don't think you can take credit for it in the sense that, like I came up with this, or I was in the right place at the right time because I'm an enlightened person, or I'm the kind of person that can be enlightened. I don't I personally, I just don't think that, because we're all the same thing. I think everybody is, even the most devout, well, if, with those who disagree with us or, take a really strong heliocentric opinion, like, I don't think they're anything different than I am. It just so happened that like we're gifted. And like you're talking about resonance though, and this has been coming to me in the last few weeks. It's like you do, and I'm not really big into this manifestation kind of thing because it sort of places the responsibility in me as I think I'm prone to a kind of arrogance with that kind of thinking. But it's the kind of thing where what you put out into the world and what you're because we're all growing, we're all becoming something. We're not static creatures. We're changing and growing and becoming something, and maybe certain people are more open to that, maybe because they've been through really difficult things, or they've been gifted in some way because of their circumstance to be a person that can change. I don't know how that works. I just know that you do kind of like put out what you put into the world is kind of what comes back to you as well. And maybe somehow, and this is a mystery to me, whatever you put into the world, it returns to you in these beautiful gifts, because, I regard the flat earth, to be what is true. And I only have a partial understanding of that presently, but, that I know that unfolding is happening for all of us, and we're all part of that. And, hopefully we can be attuned to that, but not in a super self-conscious way, as if it's something that we have total control over. We're just sort of surfing, we're riding the wave, so to speak.
I would agree with you too that we can't take it doesn't matter, like even though it may have a lot to do with how we treat people in our walk and the things that we desire and the things that we hold dear and whatever we like revere within ourselves, even though that play like establishes what you're going to resonate with, that yeah, it's ultimately the creator. It's ultimately like the creator would need to put it out in order for us to be able to pick it up. But it's our walk, and whether we walk in truth and love, where it is going to, in my opinion, in my viewpoint, is going to determine whether or not you're going to resonate with it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I do ultimately agree, because a lot of, there are times, many times in my life when I've not been open or kind or generous or gentle or resonant with what is deeply true in the world. But, at the same time, we're all in this process. And so I agree with you that, and I do believe that the creator does, plays a bigger part than we can understand now.
It's like, I can only speak for myself, but it's like teamwork. So say like there's the basketball court or like the people on the court. There's also the coach. And the coach, ultimately, if he's a good coach, has the team's best interest and is watching the team, is watching like what they're not doing, from say practice to, and then so you train and you practice for the game, and then when you're in the game, the coach is there watching if you're applying all the the tried and true techniques. So I think it's very much, I think they call it a symbiotic relationship between some kind of invisible infrastructure that probably consists of radio frequency, electricity, technology, knowledge, awareness. Like there's a whole network that, if you really look at it, everything we have is coming from some invisible realm, and it manifests here. So, I mean, it's pretty mind-boggling and blowing on so many different levels. But I think if people can realise the good fortune they have to, as you said, grow, learn, develop themselves, then life stops sort of being overwhelming. You've really got an opportunity. It's almost like if you can get your shit together and be a little bit humble like you already are, you recognise your arrogance, your ego, Man, you can travel leaps and bounds with just what you said alone. You don't even have to know much more than that to get started. It'll come gradually to you if you want it. It's almost like that thing, if you build it, it will come.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It certainly is something that it's funny because these, what we're speaking about right now will, appear to some people. It would have appeared to my younger self as very esoteric, and you can't operationalize this in some kind of a scientific definition, but there's a truth about how this symbiotic relationship, or the relationship between the unseen and the seen, and the coach and the player and the team and all of these things, they do play a part in what we become. I mean, and hopefully we're doing it reasonably well, and we're trying to move forward, we're putting in our own effort, and being what we need to be, as at the same time having that faith, you could call it, that to be led.
Have you ever seen, say, like someone like Michael Jordan? I don't know why the basketball thing's happening, but like someone like him, who's such a great player as well, can go up and take a shot, launch the ball, and sometimes I've seen him miss, and it's almost like in his face, he can't even believe that he missed, because in a way he's mastered the game. So even right there's that element of still. I struggle with it too, but to me, that's what it says to me, that even a great, like a master, someone who's mastered something, is still fallible. They can still miss. They can still have a bad game, but they leave it on the court. They can come back next season or the next game and have another go. And that to me is sort of what a day is. Each day's, depending on how you look at it, because today's today. It's not yesterday. Whatever happened yesterday's in yesterday, right?
Yep.
And tomorrow hasn't happened yet. So I kind of feel that is the pocket or the lane I stay in now. I don't jump too far ahead, and I try not to. It's like a time machine. So I'm trying, rather than going back in time or into the future, I'm trying to stay here with what's happening now, because there's a lot happening now and you can miss it.
That could be, that could very well be why we're told, to not just worry about today. Tomorrow will take care of itself, because you don't know what you're going to be revealed during the day. And if you let what's revealed to you guide you along your path, then that will reveal what tomorrow is when tomorrow gets here and it becomes the day. That's why we shouldn't plan so far ahead, because we don't know what's going to be revealed to us.
Yeah.
I really like what you just said.
It's just coming. How sometimes you can just almost get out the way. You just trust what's there and just give a voice to it.
Yeah, and I think I'm speaking from my experience. There's this kind of wish to have a high level of certainty, to have your life together, to flog the basketball analogy too much. Michael Jordan, he was successful in basketball, but was he successful in other areas of his life? And where,
right.
So we want to display mastery, and we want to be viewed as competent, and the list goes on. But we do have to ride that wave of being in the present, being right where we're at, and having moving ourselves forward, being active, being an active participant in what's happening right now, as well as being guided or something like that.
Let me just leave you with this. I I appreciate that you mentioned the way I interpret it, your former self. I just want to level with you. My younger self was very different to who I am now, but there's also an element that I've always been me, that I've always been on the path. I've gone through different phases and changes in, you know, this path of transformation or something. But I just want to encourage you and everybody on the path to stay with it, because there's been times where I've been reluctant. Say when that thing, The Secret, came out, a lot of people, like Oprah, different people pushed that message, and a lot of people like mock it and say it's woo, but it was quite a deep secret that was revealed. And a lot of these people that like we're talking about, the elites, they practice it. They do. So it's almost like we're being given the tools, and what was occulted, hidden, kept secret, is now being revealed to people. But like you say, it's like you've got to be ready for that, and there's an element of responsibility that goes with it. So you choose it. But it's almost like there's a library and all the books are there, and then there's almost like a special section, not special, but another section of this library. And it's not for everybody. You have to come to that with your own 2 feet when you're ready. And the more I go through life and the older I get, I can see the wisdom in that, because it's powerful. And like, you can tie yourself up in knots, or you can untie all of the knots. So the more conscious you become, the more skill you'll attain. And I won't say too much more than that, but I just feel that there's a level of responsibility that goes with being awake and aware. There's a serious side to it too. It's beautiful, it's valuable, but you can also use these things to do undesirable things as well, if you know what I mean.
Oh, well, that's the elites for sure. There are plenty of people who, well, not the elites, not the people perhaps you're talking about, but there are certainly those who use these principles of power, of being aware of the nature of things, to farm the world.
Yeah. It's shocking, isn't it, when you see it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
Yeah, and I think, you see, I think this is for me, I think it's the manifestation of the divinity of the individual's responsibility to speak the truth as they see it, and to do so in a way that doesn't necessarily, isn't even really motivated by getting other people to see just the way I see it, but to tell the truth, to say what you think in a way that's not coercive, that's careful, but also forthright, straightforward. Here's what I think. This is my point of view. I can't get along with this other thing, or and if all of us are doing that, if all of us were doing that, maybe we wouldn't be in the mess we are right now.
I feel it.
I think that's what's happening.
Yeah.
In the conversation between this group here, is we're experiencing being who we are, but also having a kind of union and fellowship, if you might call it that.
I appreciate it. What just happened then, I think it's not rare, but it's valuable, and there's a level of it where it is kind of sacred. So I appreciate it, Golden Lemur, and truth prevails. Anyone who's here, that was cool.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah, to you too. And you too, Truth. So that's it. Anybody else want to chime in?
I think,
In the future,
contemplating the truth and knowing and talking about it is a big step. But applying this to, the world and the communities and in the day to day is the serious part that he was talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Something that has to be applied.
Yeah, it does. It does have to be applied. And, one of the things I try to, I'm aware of, I don't know if I'm guarding against it necessarily, but is, this utopian wish. I think everybody, often we get to be a group of people, whether it's in a flat earth group or otherwise, a religion or a political party or whatever, whatever affiliation you might have. There's this kind of utopian wish that seems to rise up. And I think we're experiencing that right now, the rise of tyranny, the rise of, this wish to make the world in our image. And yeah, we have to apply it. But I think that the power comes from, individuals like you and I speaking up. We're telling the truth as we see it. We're moving forward, and we're sorting things out. We're fighting against injustice. We're dealing with lies, which is certainly what happens in flat Earth. Is I personally think that flat Earth is not necessarily the proposition that Earth is flat, as much as it's the falsification of a set of lies that have kept us in a fog for at least 100 years.
Agreed.
Yeah, but we do have to, we do get to do something about it in whatever way we can, as the world goes to hell in a handbasket. Maybe flat Earth is just the medicine that we need.
It feels like sour medicine for some people.
Oh man, I been spending quite a bit of time in the lobby, and you get a fair amount of trolls and people looking to poke fun at something as stupid as flat Earth.
Mhm.
But it is like a strong medicine. It's like almost too much for people to take. It's like their minds are they're slaves to a really, really highly delineated, internally consistent set of lies. Can't even see it until you do.
Yeah.
What did you have in mind? What, like, in terms of like what taking action?
I think it starts in the home, in yourself.
Right.
Like, but you get, I mean, I don't know about going out there and fighting the world because beat you up.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
At this moment, a step of whatever's going on in the world. I mean, you just get. For me, I keep it to myself, my family. Try to stay together, stay strong and healthy, and doing the best we can at the moment.
Yeah.
It's like we have chains on at the moment or something.
Yeah. How long have you been into this?
All my life.
You've been a flat earther all your life?
Since I was born, I just didn't know it back then.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I've been awake to it about 2 years now. A year and a half, 2 years.
I will say there's steps to everything, and flat Earth is a big wake up call. But I'll imagine people here with knowledge. There's so much knowledge in here that I guess it's a collective of information and conversation, philosophy, science, and all that kind of stuff put together.
Yeah.
Oh, there's things still out there that I guess we don't know. A lot of it.
Yeah, there's a lot more things we don't know than we do.
Hmm. Even the system that we live in, like even the man-made system, whatever, beast system that we're walking into, we've been growing into it. So a
Yeah.
lot.
So
But I think
what if
things are way more simple than they're being pushed these days. Like I think
I
everything is being overcomplicated.
I agree, James, and that was just like what I was kind of like, kind of what I was getting ready to say. Like, what if it's so simple, and that's the reason why they're complicating everything. So, what if it's as simple as just, if you love the truth, and you love your your brother and your sister, like truly love them, not like have this, buried hate and resentment or whatever, right? If you honestly walk in truth and love, what if it's that simple that that is the key? Like the more you walk in truth and love, and the stronger your walk is in truth and love, that's the key to a higher consciousness, to the greater consciousness, to where you have more revealed to you. Like, what if that's the key? Something that's like it's that simple.
Yeah. 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 That. What if it is? What if it is?
Well,
And go ahead.
I say simple, like like in the mechanisms of the world that we live on. Obviously, there's cycles and knowledge that we have to know and apply to be able to accomplish goals and things. But when the lies and the manipulations and all that stuff are thrown into the equation, it makes everything more complicated and and difficult.
Muddies the water. Yeah, makes the water choppy. Makes the boat rock.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and it does. I don't think a lot of people realize, how much. Well, I can speak for myself. Flat Earth has helped me in ways that I just can't even describe. Like it does, like you were saying, truth, like simplify everything down to. So, like when you say, "What if it's just about truth and love?" Yeah, totally. And in the world that exists, because it's not really a matter of, well, the world is, the earth is flat, and it's not what we were told, and everything does become quite simple because you don't have to mess with all these complicated nonsensical assumptive theories. You just have the world as it is, and you accept it, you tell the truth about it, and you try to treat other people well because of that. And I think too that there is a kind of the brotherhood and sisterhood of man. Like you're I feel closer to everyone else, whereas whereas
Oh,
before
family and community.
I was more tribal before, but now it's like, man, like every person on earth, like we're all connected to the same thing. We're here having this experience, whatever exactly it is, but yeah, there's a connection there that wasn't before.
Yeah, I totally agree. Good morning, Jimsy. By the way, it's been a while since I've talked
Hey,
to you.
good morning.
Been a
Yeah,
while since I've actually heard you speak. Period. So
I
it's
open my
been
mic here and there. I just different timings sometimes, but I do hear you all the time. So many people. Good to hear you too. Was yesterday all day with the family, and when I made it home, I had something to eat and I slept, and then I
Yeah.
woke up and I'm here.
Yeah, I think I'm getting very close to going to sleep finally. I haven't slept yet. I was going to, but I was getting ready for bed actually, and I was listening to the live stream, and that fellow that was on here earlier just kind of like the way he was going about asking those questions and everything just kind of like triggered me. So I just turned my light on, and I was like, "Yeah, that's it. I'm up now. It's said and done." Kind of struck me as it just didn't seem honest to me because he kept no, not only that, but what was it?
Question and the answer.
He kept being like there's some it was like some dishonesty in his approach, right? Like he was like if he was asked, he didn't want to answer anything. If he was asked, it's like the answers like he would make a claim. Like I think he made the claim of gravity holds down helium or something. I don't know. Like gravity holds gases down, and so we wanted like demonstrations for that. But he's like, "Well, I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to answer questions." And so we couldn't ask him questions. So to me, it's like a dishonest approach to trying to have a conversation, like a discussion. It's like your intentions, right? It's like his intentions weren't to have a discussion. His intentions weren't to find the answers. His intentions were shady, I guess you could say.
It
Because
sounds like
yeah,
yeah.
go
Sounds like
ahead.
it was manipulative. He was manipulating everybody, trying to get everyone. It's like try to shovel words in people's mouths instead of having an honest conversation and a curiosity about what might happen. Right?
Yeah, and
That,
to say manipulative like that, it's kind of like like you really wouldn't have known anything more than you did before you asked. Like so,
huh.
but I wish I could have been able to have like answered it that way and not the long way around. But
Yeah. That fired me up. Yeah. So, that doesn't sound like very much fun.
well, I just don't. I don't know, man. I don't know what it does to anyone else, but it does something to do like when I hear anyone trying to manipulate in like the people in the community and like the people in the community like putting out their efforts in vain as you know what I mean? It's like I feel like they're being it's just a way I feel like it's usury and um I don't like the manipulation and it's kind of like I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. No, me neither. That's no fun. I mean, it's better. I know. These things get really heated. We all feel very strongly about our points of view and all the rest. So yeah, there's that. But at the same time, you want to have an honest conversation. I mean, that's how I came to flat earth. I mean, you have to be kind of brutally honest with yourself. You can't play games. Like, you want to deal honestly with questions that, things that I really didn't understand. So every time, any topic came up, you have to approach it like, you've never heard it before, even if you're really familiar with your point of view. And yeah, that's the best way to have a real give and take, because I think, like Gemsy might have said, like there's a lot of really sharp people around here who everybody has, their own take on things, and they really bring something valuable to the table. So, you can really learn something, even if we disagree on, some point, which, we obviously we do, we have something to offer. So,
Right, and it was kind of like and the last thing I want to say about it because I don't want to keep going on about that conversation. I kind of like the conversation that we were having.
yeah.
It was a great one, but kind of like the point about where like they really just the thing that really rubbed me the worst, I think this may have been the actual trigger point, was where he was saying like, um, well, well, why do you have to be so careful with what words you use and how you say it if it's true? As if he was insinuating that we're only doing that because we know what we're saying is not true, so we have to be careful how we, you know what I'm saying? Like that was the that was what, like the way he said it was it was insinuating that we were being very sneakily being dishonest or whatever, as if we had to be careful how he said it because it wasn't true or whatever. Like, no, no, it's the way he worded it to me was.
Yeah, this be
I think that was the trigger point for me.
yeah, that'd do it. He's been being a weasel. I mean, yeah, like I'm careful with my words. I mean, why the heck not? I mean,
No,
shit,
you
like
just have to be careful not to, mix up what is verified and what's
yeah,
verifiable, what's like, demonstrable with, what's speculative or what's just an observation or what's just like how it appears to you as long as you don't mix those two. So, and that's what we were saying. That they were saying that you needed to be careful, not me, but I wasn't in here yet. But that's what they were saying, that you had to be careful about what you said. And he was taking that and turning it around to say that, well, if you have to be, why do you have to be careful if it's true? And I'm like, listen here, pal. No, that was it. But yeah, I
yeah,
like the conversation that we were having, and I totally agree that if you like once you start feeding into that, like strengthening that resonance, and you start acting upon it and walking within it, right? That the
mm,
people around you could also be affected by it. That it could actually somewhat, um, affect what they raise. Like it could help them, just being around it. Like, and you
yeah,
can connect with other people that are resonating on the same frequency that you're not close to and that you're not near, and have
yes.
that synchronicity, that we all experience a lot.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's something that I think we experience as individuals. Obviously, when you're, you have this intention in your life, and a lot of times we're not even aware of what that intention is, but that latent intention that's in us sort of informs what happens. I mean, that's seems to me to be pretty obvious. I think there's a scientist, Rupert Sheldrake, who I've listened to a couple of times. He talks about maybe in his theory or in his study he calls it resonance. Maybe somebody else knows better than I do. But there is this almost this principle in the world of you think about what you become, and he puts it in more biological terms, about how um, say animals behave. I think he has an example of what one group of I think in this case he was talking about birds. What they learn, it spreads across the world faster than what you would predict, given the movement of and the movement of these birds across the world as they go north and south and north. It seems to happen in the world. I didn't put that very well, but
No, you said it well. I feel like you said it just fine. I mean, I totally understood what you meant.
yeah, migration, that's the word that I was looking for. Those birds migrate.
Yeah.
you know so yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a powerful thing. It's like that conversation that we did just have, that we're still having, like that's been on my mind lately, and like here we are, we're talking about it. I was trying to help somebody get into the biblical chat, who was in the lobby. And so I went over there. I didn't know I didn't even know that was a part of the server. So then I was looking around for it, and I found it eventually and tried to connect her, but she's got to get verified. And then so I was listening to them for a while. Then I turned that off, came over here, and then you two, Truth, and what was the other person who was here? I don't know who.
Merle,
Maybe,
think.
yeah, maybe it was Merle. I don't know whoever was talking to me, to you and I. Um, so yeah, so then I popped in, and here we are. It's like, yeah, I feel, I don't know, it's sort of strengthening. It feels good to be talking about this instead. It's like, instead of life happening to you, it's like you're moving forward, you're doing something, you're putting your intention forward, and that leads to really good things.
I don't know if it's what if I'm correct in thinking this, but it's like those little synchronicities when they happen to me. It's like an indicator that I'm resonating with the right things.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it feels really good. Like this conversation feels good to me, and it's a good place to be in. Which is why, I sound like a fanboy, but like the flat Earth, I don't even know how that works. I'm not even sure, like, why would why would realizing that the Earth is not a globe be so, why would that impact you so much? Why would it change? How could it change my perspective? Why would that? Why? And that's what people do. Like, a lot of times people say that they, they say, like, like, I'm in the lobby and I'm like hashing it out with some troll, and I'm like, well, it's the curvature. We're talking about the curvature, so we go through the whole thing. You say, like, well, like, it can't be because your horizon's not even there. It's not even the right place. I mean, do you understand spherical geometry? And you're trying, and then of course, it's like their mind breaks, or they manifest this thing. To me, it's the kind of like, it's the statement that the person who is defeated puts out there. Well, what does it even matter? They say that, what, I have to go to work, I got to go to school, it doesn't matter. It's like, no, like that. Don't say that. Like, you got to have some fight in you. I mean, fight me, like, fight, like, stop.
They
Don't-
want to box it up into this box of irrelevancy. They want to make it irrelevant, like as if it doesn't matter.
I guess, yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe they're trying to say, like, yeah, maybe it is just they're trying to trivialize the question. Like, I mean, I kind of, like, inside I'm like freaking out. Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't matter, you weirdo. I mean, like, we're talking about the biggest thing. What is bigger than the place where we live? There's nothing bigger to us. I mean, even if there was space and all the far-flung galaxies, like they try to tell us, like there's nothing bigger. There's nothing bigger than the Earth, and you're trying to trivialize this and say it doesn't matter. No, it does
Maybe that's
matter.
the only way they can justify their avoidance of it.
I guess you're right. I mean, that's probably it. The trivialization of I guess. I mean, it just seems like such a cowardly thing. Doesn't matter. It's like, come on, deal with the material. Like, fight. Like, work with it. Like, hate it, or at the very least,
Right.
hate what I'm saying. Don't be like, oh, well, what does it matter? I mean, what a mealy mouth. So,
But tell us why it does matter. That's right. I mean, I get you. I know what you mean by that.
yeah,
I see where you're coming from.
sure. But yeah, because I do. What sure matters to me, matters to me a lot. It's changed quite a bit, and all for the better. I mean, apart from the sort of implicit conflict you feel like, you feel like, I feel that, well, here's where we're at. Yeah, I was just kind of bumbling along, living my life, and all of a sudden now, you find yourself in this territory you never could have imagined. And so there you are, and now it's it's like, wow.
And you got to take that into account when you talk to people in the lobby and young, new people that come into the topic, because there's a time into everything and the experiences everybody has in life. So, some people doing other stuff and they're not even thinking, they're not putting the energy into thinking about it really. So don't let they have their own energy, their own way of doing things at the moment. And if the timing is not right for them, they're not gonna listen to, hey, we have lasers that measure no curvature. They're not gonna listen to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And I would also say that just because you brought it up and you've been like talking about it has made me realize that actually asking that question, it may seem silly to us. Like, why would you ask? Why does it matter? Of course it matters. And yeah, you want them to like engage with you on it. But I would say that is a good question because at least it's a question. Right? At least they're asking a question, and they're inquiring about it. At least they're not out here not aware of it. They've been brought to the point to where they're asking a question and they're inquiring about it. So through telling them, why it matters, there's it it sparks, there could be one of those things that you say in telling and
Yeah.
explaining that could, open up their minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's right, and that's what I do say. Sometimes you're able to say what you want to say, and a lot of times not. But I say like, yeah, well, it does matter, and well, you care about what's true. Like you want to figure things out. You want to get to the bottom of things. I want them to have power. Like whatever they decide is their, that's up to them. But like you got to decide. Your life is going by pretty fast. And whatever you do, whatever you choose, whatever conclusion you come to, take that power back for yourself. Like you be the person. Don't just roll over now. We need you. You got to be a strong. We need you to be strong. Like it's very important that you think for yourself. Like I say, whatever you come up with is up to you. But yeah, but you do. I think you're right, Jemsy. Like you have to just trust that not everybody's. We're all at different places. We're on our own journey and our own path. So.
And people put energy into this, so obviously you want to talk to people about it, so you want to engage with the people that are actually interested. And truth said that you might say something that it might triggers people curiosity because they already put a foot in at the door. They're already asking, "Hey, what are you guys asking about flat Earth?" So yeah, they're having questions. So
Yeah.
it's timing definitely because they might hear something and just because a lot of people join the server and say they ask, "Is this a troll server?"
Yeah, that's right. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're combative at first for obvious reasons. It's just such you've been told your whole life that things are a certain way, and then if somebody presents something as absurd from their point of view as flat Earth, why you want to give a little pushback, you want to troll a little bit and see what's there. So I get that too.
And your energy input into it is important. Obviously we want to talk to people and stuff about it. You don't want to strain yourself just to convince someone that is not listening.
Yeah, that's true. Well, part of my purpose too of hanging out in the lobby here, for the last few weeks is, I feel like, you have to also have your own beliefs questioned. And I've only been at this for about a year and a half, 2 years, maybe. I'm still pretty new to flat Earth. I mean, I've been on this path of unraveling all kinds of things my whole life, but so this is new to me. So I'm in part, engaging the conversation because I'm waiting. Like I'm like, all right, so, you convince me, like what do you have, and so there's that kind of engagement too. I mean, it's not as if I have a soft point of view. I mean, this is all very straightforward to me at this point, but at the same time, that's kind of how I like to live, is to say, hey, you know, I don't have everything figured out, so I have something to learn too.
Yeah, I say you have experience and you have figured things out little by little. Then, when you go out there to reality, I mean, you trust your senses and your experience. I will say a lot of the young people lack real life experience in the real world.
Yeah.
So when you try to tell them about the real world, some people don't don't add it up, don't figure it out.
They don't even know what real, the word real stumps them. They don't even know what that means.
Right. Real for them is theories and ideas and what people have told them.
I think it's based a lot into how much time they have expanding the places. Because if you're inside a building 90% of the time, just in computers, looking at screens, listen to speakers giving you information, that can have an effect. And if you don't balance it out, if it's not balanced by going out there, I don't know, spending time disconnected from the cell phones, the computers, I don't know, going to the beach, going camping, driving, hiking, doing stuff like that, riding bicycles, playing sports, just engaging in commerce, doing other stuff.
Yeah.
If that kind of stuff is not balanced, if most of this stuff in you is in your mind, information in your mind, but not actual real experience based on your senses, then it's a little tricky to figure that your senses are actually telling you something.
Yeah, that's for sure.
The actual experience is really important. And that's engaging with nature, which can be rough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you go hiking or biking and you can get hurt, you know?
Yeah, there's a real risk involved in living that.
You go boating, you get on a boat, the boat can sink.
Yeah.
If it's not done correctly.
Right.
Just like everything.
Well, and you're right. And kids are young and idealistic, and a lot of them are kids coming in there, and you know they're you know their future's ahead of them, and they got a lot of growing up to do too. So.
Well, there's nothing that when you think about it, I think it is important to recognize and realize that their discernment. It's like I don't even know if they have any because it's something that you gain and you establish through living, right? So it's like your discernment gets better as you make mistakes, and then when you make right decisions, it's like you're able to discern, which is right and which is wrong. Not just about morality, but just about your perception. And when they don't have any life experiences and they're not actually quote living unquote like truly living life, they're not as- they're not working that muscle that you know I know it's not a muscle, but it's not way to explain it. It's like
Yeah,
I think that muscle is put together with real like. I mean, I grew up like actually going out there and using your senses. I think this today, like children not having the real experience is a huge thing. Like missing out the real experience, like actually just being cocoon or eggshelled into this man-made reality, physically and in their minds. Missing out the real thing is a huge deal for me.
yeah, it is kind of a simulation world that a lot of people grow up in now, and maybe I don't quite understand that because my childhood is getting further and further in the rear view mirror, and I grew up outside too, camping and hiking and playing sports, and of course everybody's been in under house arrest for the last years too, which is a big deal. And yeah, so I agree with what you're saying. I hear you.
That's actually a scary thought. If you think about it and you try to imagine yourself without having any discernment and without having learned, how to use your, your discernment, and then being faced with some of these decisions that they're faced with today. That's a scary thought. It's a dangerous. It's like, man, that is a dangerous walk to have to walk.
Yeah, and I don't think most people have any idea. And I like the way that you put that, because I too believe that it's dangerous. People don't realize how dangerous it is to give away your responsibility to think. Like, that is, maybe nothing as important as becoming the kind of person that can think for yourself and experience life and make these decisions and navigate the world, instead of just accepting a reality that's being forced upon you. And it's in the world in which we live, in the West at least, it's it's getting harder and harder to just sort of like fall into that, or to experience making your own choices, moving out of your parents' house, being an adult, making your own choices, directing your life. And that's a necessary part of becoming somebody who is formidable and powerful, and who can you know discover and learn. But everyone has that potential, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. You mentioned moving from your parents' house. Let's think about that. What do you think? I mean, let's say a family, mom and dad. I think home should be there, available for the children. They could go in their adventure in the future once they're adults, and trying to figure things out. But that home should be available for them, for sure.
Oh,
The-
definitely.
I will say that my children, they don't have to move out. I mean, they can, let's say they want to engage in the commercial world and go do things out there, right? Fine. But they don't have to go to another place if you don't want to.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm a parent. I'm a father, and I'm in no rush to see my kids leave. At the same time, there's a kind of, I guess what I was getting at, because I do not disagree with you. Um, I guess what I was getting at is there's a kind of baptism into reality, that you were
Yeah,
talking about
there is.
earlier, that happens when, as a young person, you take that risk to go and experience the world. And um yeah, and so it's both. I mean, for any parent is not eager to see their kid, that's why empty nest is a thing. uh so
Yeah, it makes me miss my girls. Really, I would love to have them. It's like I think it was intended to be that way, unless they're married. Like if they get married, I can see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, they're gonna have to go start their own house, family. But uh, it should be that way. They should still be together. But that's why they're trying to break all the families up. They want it broke. They want it not just broken up, but they want the foundation totally destroyed and removed.
Yes. Yeah.
I would
Yes.
say, I mean, in a, le- we should like have enough land. I would say like, hey, you're gonna get married. There you go. You have a piece of land and build a house or something.
Yeah, I was thinking about that in the last couple of weeks. There is so much land in the earth that is empty. I mean, just in the United States alone, where I live, there's so much land. It is such a big place. I mean, but there's millions and millions of acres that just sit empty, owned by state agencies and some private, but even one of the awakenings I think I'm experiencing with flat earth as well is the loss of our connection with the earth and the ability to have that space that you're talking about to pass on land, because everything of course is taxed and managed and very expensive. We have fiat currency that is a barrier, an inflated currency too, that it makes it very difficult for um, people to have a place to live, just a place to be. Therefore, and because it's difficult to have a place to live, it's also difficult for people to flourish in the kind of ways that they would if they were not a slave to this debt system.
I think
Um,
that's how you build community, because you gotta start somewhere. You start with families, then the family will expand, will grab another piece of land, and the next family a few miles away from you will also expand, and communities can be built in that sense.
yeah,
This mismanagement of lands and properties, and people just moving in and out of places, not
What
caring
are you
about
talking about?
anything.
What are you talking about, Jamesy? That's how people have. That's how they have power. They can't have power. The only, I mean, if they have power, then they could start, resisting the government. So I don't know what you're talking about. We can't do that. People can't have power.
Just
yeah,
leave people alone. Just let people leave people alone. That's it.
yeah, yeah. You
Let
can't.
them be.
And truth, you're saying they can't have, from the perspective of those who control the system, you can't have power, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I was being silly.
Yeah, of course. No, I'm not. Yeah,
But yeah,
so,
that's what I mean. But yeah, from their perspective, that's how they see it. That's why they don't want it, because they don't want the people to have power. Because if
so
one person has all the truth, they're fine with that, as long as there's not a community of people or several communities. That's when they get worried.
absolutely. Yeah, that's right.
Just
Now
leave people alone.
absolutely leave them alone. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, eventually, in the commercial sense, people want to engage because people want to explore and travel and meet other people. But just going into places that you don't even care about and telling people what to do, how to do things, and when they can do it.
Yeah, yeah. It's the destruction of communities and of families and of those old connections that make people powerful. It's not such a bad thing to be strong, like we often have an aversion to power, or some people do. It seems like the controllers of this world, certainly the politicians and bureaucrats and everything, don't want people to be powerful, because if you wanted them to be strong, you would make different decisions than are being made. But it's good to be strong, good for families to be connected and strong, and to the fabric that's woven through communities to be unique. We don't all have to be exactly the same. We can have our own lives, our own point of view, our own way of engaging in the commercial game, as you put it. I like how you put that. That's good. I'm wiped out. I better go to bed.
Good timing.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. I was actually going. I was on my way before before you came on and started talking, but I got really interested in the conversation and I didn't want to walk away from it.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Good stuff.
Go
Yeah.
rest. Go rest.
All
Tomorrow's
right.
another day.
All right. Well, we'll see you around.
See you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Good night. I love you guys. Catch you later.
Catch you later. Thank you, Truth. See you later.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Why is everybody so quiet, guy? Do I have to start this shit up again, guy? Why is it always
Yeah.
up to me to keep this going? God damn it.
We need you, Vlad. We need you, bro.
I know you do. I know. But you know what? I'm busy making music.
Good.
I'm making a crazy hit right now, man. If you want to watch me on YouTube, I'm live streaming right now too. Here's my thing here. Gemsy, I know you didn't subscribe or like. Here's your time to press on my live stream. Subscribe and like, please. Thank you.
Where?
You can see what I already created. Well, it's almost done. I have a little bit more to go, and then I'm gonna start laying out the song, and then it's gonna be complete soon. It's almost there, bro. It's almost there. It's gonna be an orchestral masterpiece. I promise you that. Hey, Gemsy, did you ever listen to my music
I do.
on my SoundCloud?
I have, yes, many times. Even
Did
the
you
recent ones.
Oh yeah, no fucking way. Are they getting better?
You're getting better. It's just that each of one of them is different. It's like
Well, yeah, but they have to be different.
they
Music.
have their own tone. They like it's not.
I know. Don't worry about that. It's supposed to be like that.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I'm gonna start making some deep house later on, which is gonna be more like club music. You know, more
Your
upbeat.
voice into it.
Yeah, maybe when I get a mic. For now, I'm just trying to figure out the. Today, I learned how to do scales very well. My scales are off the chain right now, bro. I learned a lot more music theory. See, the thing is with music, you have to keep going and then progressing the music theory, and your music gets better because you need to know your scales, right? And then how you press your chords and shit. That's what I'm saying. This one that I'm doing right now is so fucking legit. I'm like tripping balls. It's so good. You know what I mean? So my next one is definitely going to be way better than the other ones I've made so far. Yep.
You do it like in a soundboard in a computer?
Bro, I'm live streaming. Just check. I have all the camera. I have 2 cameras set up. Yeah, I got the camera that's looking at me. I got the camera that's going from the top to bottom. I have the. Oh, you're watching it right now?
Yeah.
Do you see me waving? Do you see me waving?
It's behind like a few seconds.
I know. I know it's like a 10-second delay, but you see me waving?
Now I see you waving.
You know why? Because I'm on my computer on the TV. Yeah, I sit on the TV, like I literally sit right next to the TV, you know, on my computer here, and then I have my system right on the other side of my room, you know. So yeah, I have fun at home. That's why I wasn't even bored this whole shutdown, because I have so much shit I can do at home, you know.
Yeah, good thing that you have the equipment to get that stuff.
Yeah, fuck yeah, bro. I bought all this shit, man. I knew I was gonna get into music sooner or later. So I decided I found something really good, like Ableton Push 2. Amazing. I love it.
That's that like takes time to make those beats and all that stuff, to put everything together. It takes time.
But I mean, if you learn it, it's not as hard as you think. I mean, it's just you gotta know what you're doing, you know? Once you get the hang of it, once you learn the equipment, once you learn the how the software works, right? Because the software is very important. And once you learn the software, then it's music theory. Learn how to do the fucking chords, the progressions, the blah blah blah, etc., etc. And then, bro, now it's just the music's gonna come out way better. I'm telling you, because I have everything like set up. My layout's better. My template I made was really good. You know, it took a while. It's like, I swear, it was like a year I've been working on this, you know, on and off, you know. So I wasn't doing this like every day, right? It's just I had to get motivation to do it again and again and again, right? But once you get better, you're even more motivated to push you and further and further and further, you know, because there's so much more options now. It's like you don't get stuck anymore. You're like progressing musically. Your music is progressing. It's fucking amazing. I love it. You know? Are you watching here? I'm gonna go mute right now, and you can watch me do some magic.
I put the YouTube in how do you say, mute, and I'm listening to you and watching the video.
Oh well, fuck! I don't even have anything playing right now.
Here.
Okay, hold on. So while you're listening, turn it on. I'm gonna mute myself. Listen to what I have going so far. Okay. I'm gonna turn it on for you. Okay, and tell me how you like it. Okay, you listening?
1 second.
Okay, I'm gonna start it right now. Anyways.
Yeah. I got YouTube up.
Yo, did you hear that?
I'm listening.
Right. Well, I mean, I was like, I have to manually press it to play because I didn't even lay out the tracks yet. But I'm just getting the sounds ready. But do you hear how like it's sounding? How is it sounding? Tell me.
It sounds good.
Yeah.
It sounds like a piano.
It is a piano. It's the grand piano. I have one. The thing is, one is this thing that you hear, the little melody on it. It's the grand piano, and then I have the violin after. But like I fucked up on the violin. I didn't press it fast enough, so it started playing off beat. So I had to pause it, but it was okay. Anyways, but you get the gist. When I finish it, you're gonna listen to it. You're gonna be like, "Whoa, that's way better than all the other songs you've ever made, bro." I'll be like, "Yeah, man. I promise you, guy. I learned so much. It's insane."
This one is better than all the other ones?
Oh, it's gonna be. It's gonna be. It's not even done yet. What are you doing? It's not even done.
Yeah.
My dog is biting me. My dog is biting me. Oh, she's a biter, eh? She's a biter. Oh, she's a biter. She's a biter. Oh, you fucking dog. Oh, you fucking dog, eh? She's such a dog. She's such a dog. Oh, she's such a dog.
Are you arguing or something?
Yeah, I'm with my dog. Fucking dog. Anyways, listen. I'm gonna go start making music again. You guys, I don't know. I would love to sit here and start the conversation, but I got shit to do. God damn.
Get it done.
I will. By tonight, I promise you. By tonight, I mean by this morning, you guys are gonna hear a new track from Vlad. Hey.
Track from Vlad.
Hey, listen. Press follow and subscribe and then like. Thumbs up. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hells yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got an advertisement. Your channel, easy. 9 seconds. 1 out of 10. Actually, not. Wait, what? Sorry. Like and subscribe.
Mic check. Hello, hello. Goodbye, goodbye.
too.
You sound good. Who is this?
Who else is this? Come on, guy.
Course.
You don't know.
Hello, Vlad.
Vlad, you can't recognize my voice, guy? What the
Of
hell,
course I
bro?
do. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just making music. See, the thing is, nobody's here to like keep up the conversation, so people are like just don't want to hang around, right? Because everybody's all quiet and shit. You know what I mean? But I'm making music, and I don't have time to talk right now. So fuck.
It's like 5 of us in here.
I know it's rare. You never see this.
Yeah.
But people are in the green room. People are in the Bible study. If you go downstairs, there's people in the Bible room. It's Easter, right?
I've
People
seen them. I've seen
Yeah.
them, yeah.
So it's Easter time, so they're all like,
Yeah, these holidays. Man, I started fasting.
you started fasting again. No way.
Yeah. Like eating nothing. Literally nothing.
How do you feel?
But
How do you
well,
feel?
the first 2 days was hard, you know,
Yeah.
like feeling weak and stuff, but now it's better.
Yeah.
It's yeah. But I didn't plan, you know, to do it. I just 3 days ago, something like that.
Decided.
I felt one day all of a sudden like I don't want to eat, you know.
I just don't want to eat.
And yeah, I was looking on internet stuff, going out.
Do you at least drink water or
Yeah, the
tea?
water I drink. I drink, yeah. Coffee, water, cigarettes.
Yeah, that's not fasting, bro. Cigarettes? Oh my God. You might as well
Yes,
eat.
it is. You're
No,
not
cigarettes.
eating.
Cigarettes are bad for you. No, cigarettes are terrible. It's just like eating.
Mm.
Yeah. Coffee also bad for you. You should be drinking tea. At least tea, you know?
Yeah, I made this juice, water with some blackberries juice, but it's not usual berries. It's called aronia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, have you seen my YouTube channel, guy?
I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed.
To the YouTube?
Yeah, to your YouTube.
Well, come on the YouTube. I'm making music right now. Tell me how it sounds right now.
Sure, give me a link.
It's in live stream voice text already.
Okay.
I have like a loop going right now. I'm about to lay out the tracks. I'm about to like make the big song right now. It's just almost done on everything. Oh, is that you?
Nice beat. Can you hear me? Back. Oh, I did hear it. It's nice. Mic check. Back.
Did you hear it?
Yeah. Very nice beat. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's coming along. I know. I learned a lot today. Oh man, so much learning I've done. I learned how to do chords today, and my chord progressions just amazing right now. I made a flute, I made a piano, I made a violin. It's just fucking amazing. It's gonna be like an orchestral masterpiece when I put it all together. Right now, what you're hearing is just the loop. You know?
Yeah, I know.
But when it all comes together, I'm gonna add more like, how do you call it? More energy into it. It's already pretty good. That's what I'm saying. I'm already happy with what I've done. It's better than what my old ones. My old songs are garbage compared to what I'm doing now.
Nah, you can't say that. It's learning process, you know.
Well, I know. I get that, but I'm saying like what I used to make.
Parabola going upwards, you know. The more you learn, the faster you're going upwards.
Oh yeah. No, exactly.
Yeah.
There's a big learning
curve. You cannot say what you previously done is garbage because it sounded also good like 2 days ago. Video or High Sky played one of your tracks.
Songs? Oh yeah, which one did you play?
Man, I don't know, but the beat sounded something like someone was speaking flat Earth, you know?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it
funny.
really sounded like that, yeah.
Oh look, we have a friend in here. Oh no, never mind. He's a flat earther. Man, who is Buggy
That's
anyways? I never seen
that's
Buggy before.
family. It's
Yeah,
not friend.
family.
You never seen me before? What?
No man, Buggy, you're the
Oh,
first time I
hello.
spoke to you.
No, man, you seen me. I just changed my name, that's all.
Yeah,
Oh,
what's your name?
It used to be Al Hajj Buggy.
Al-Hajj Buggy.
Yes.
No man, I've never seen Alhaj Buggy.
Bro, I just keep changing my name. It just keeps Buggy in the what's it called, in the profile.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
Look on that.
How long you been a flat earther?
2016 when ODT-TV
Oh,
was, in my recommended the first time.
yeah, nice.
And I was
Yeah, I
lucky
like
because
ODD.
back then it was like anybody can upload anything and YouTube was not restricted. Now it's like it's
Yeah, yeah.
very hard to get information.
It's been taken over by the mainstream. YouTube went mainstream. It's
Yeah.
Google taking over the mainstream thing.
It's funny because the Arabic side of YouTube has not been intoxicated by the rules and stuff, so you can
Not
still,
yet. Yeah.
yeah, you can still research the flat Earth stuff right
Mhm.
there. You sound like you know Arabic a little bit.
Oh, maybe it's my accent. I'm Romanian, you know.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm living in Canada right now, but I'm originally from the Middle East.
Qatar.
Not Qatar, Jordan, the poor country. We're
Oh,
from the poor
Jordan.
countries,
I
man.
see. Yeah. How is the weather over there?
Right now it's summer actually.
Nice.
It's no longer snowing.
Yeah, nice. Today is sunny in my country too. I had the last 3 days, it was so cloudy, but no more winter. It's
That's
over.
good.
Everything comes back to life. The trees making flowers. Yeah.
It's the best time to go out and exercise before the government
Yeah.
puts more lockdown shutdown on us.
Oh, that's so horrible. We have. I don't know how people accept this rubbish. I never imagined mankind would go this level of stupidity.
For a virus that has
Yeah.
99.7 survival rate, man. Come on.
Like in the 90s and early 2000s, I was having this feeling like from now on mankind is just going to evolve to better, like technological. They will come up with better ideas, implement them everywhere, and make everything better. you know.
Yeah, the only problem is the
But
technology gets smarter, but the humans get dumber.
actually, the worse stupidity got spread with the help of technology. Quite the opposite, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, that's how I perceived technology in the 90s and 2000s, Like,
To be honest,
it's
like
access to information, to knowledge, easy access,
yeah,
quick.
the sad part is like I think I'm from the last generation who grew up in a time where there was no like mainstream technology, like
Yeah,
phones, PlayStation, internet, and all that stuff. So if you had to
yeah.
go play with your friends, for example. You had to go knock on their
Yeah.
doors and say, "Hey, is Miss, is your
Yeah,
son here?
come
Let's
out,
go
let's
play
play a
outside."
soccer, let's play something. Yeah,
Yeah, you didn't
come out your
knock.
house.
Exactly. You didn't like call them.
Yeah,
You didn't
yeah,
text them. You go to their house and see if they're there or
yeah.
not.
Whistle, shout, come out.
Yeah, come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
I'm the last generation that had that going on in their life, man. So
we are.
yeah, and it's sad that everything these kids these days are now sunken in social media these days, man. It's like
Yeah,
you see little kids these days, and the only thing they have is they walk on the streets. The only thing they're looking at their phones these days. I'm sounding like a
yeah.
boomer right
They
now,
are
but it's like what's
captured,
even when they
imprisoned
go, yeah,
in
man.
their own pocket.
Even when they go
Mm.
and what's it called, do something like an activity or something, they're still on their phones. It's like it's really weird, man. It's like they've been zombified. They're like zombies walking these days.
Yeah. I used to work like in Germany, and I had moments when I had to change my SIM card network and stuff, so I had no internet. And when I had to go in a city or find an address, I stopped on the street and I was asking people, "Excuse me, do you know where this
Hmm.
street is?" And it was such a weird question for them, like to stop someone on the street and ask them where is the street. Wow, to give you directions, and nobody knew. Like, yeah,
Everybody does Google Earth or sorry Google
yeah,
Maps these
yeah,
days.
yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
then I just realized, because as a child in the 90s and early 2000s, yeah, this was very common, like when I
Yeah.
was going out in my city, every day there was a person at least, asking me, "Excuse me, boy, do you know where this street is?" And I was giving directions.
Yes. Now I can bet you something that when you ask a guy about where something is, they're not even gonna know what the street names are. Like
Yeah,
nobody knows what the
yes,
street names are. Like when I used to be a kid, when I used to know like every single street, the name of it, where it
yeah,
ends, and all that stuff.
me too, yes. But
Now it's like,
you see what they did in my city, for example, about 15 years ago, they started giving new names to the streets, in my city. And now I don't know them, all of them by the new names,
mm-hmm. Yeah,
But if I hear the old name, I know them
yeah,
with
man.
the older names, yeah.
Yeah, brother, I know. So how's Romania, man? Like,
It's a beautiful country. Too bad it's lived. There's many people,
what are people leaving the country?
No, I mean, not all of the people are good. No,
I
they
see what you
are,
mean.
yeah, they are the same, going with the flow, the narrative of the mainstream media. They believe in all this uh, mainstream news, numbers, fake numbers, and everything.
Mm, yeah.
But yeah, and also um, there is this. When I go out and speak with someone, I feel like those who are against, opposite to the mainstream media narrative, I see them that these are people who use Facebook, like
Mm,
when they speak, I hear them saying all these subjects and rumors which go on Facebook.
Well, the thing about Facebook, which is very weird because it's like the last generation that used to be free from the technology and that
Yeah.
suddenly went online, right? So everybody
Yeah.
who uses Facebook, like all your followers are gonna be people that you know in real life or met in real
Yeah.
life, right?
Yeah.
But when you go on Twitter, Discord, and all the other stuff, that these are people you've never seen face to face in your entire life, right?
Yeah.
So even though Facebook makes a little bit, I don't know how to say it, like it separates people from meeting face to face, but at least like you had some sort of connection with them. You know who you're talking to, you know who to trust,
Yeah.
right? But on Twitter, it's like any dumbass can say something stupid and get a million of likes, and their stupid opinion
Yeah.
is supported by many of other stupid people, and it's just like stupid supports stupid, you know, all the
True.
time.
Yes. That's what's spreading for the fastest. Stupidity
Yes.
is so infectious.
And the problem is, like, most of the stupid tweets that you see these days come from low-class American people, right? And I don't mean to mean it as a bad way or an offensive way to anybody, but like you see these
Yeah, I
low,
feel you.
yeah, like low-class American people who don't have jobs, who don't have, you know, proper income,
Yes.
who don't, you know, all their time they're spending on the internet with nothing better to do in their lives. And the problem, what's happening is people who don't live in America, they live outside of America, they look at this and they think, oh, we should copy them because they're
Yeah.
American,
Yeah.
of course, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes, they
They are
have to copy
well
these people.
informed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like appealing to the American authority in a sense.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I notice about my countries from the 90s. You know, we were communist. In the 1990, this regime was taken down by the CIA, of course. But not it's not an official story. So and then my country was not part of the European Union community. Um, we had our borders locked. You know, you couldn't go anywhere. You were in prison here.
My uncle lives in Romania. He's married from somebody from there, and he told me about this. Like,
Oh,
nobody
nice.
can leave it.
Where?
Nobody
Which
can leave
city?
Bucharest, maybe? No, not Bucharest. It was
Bucharest. Yeah, that's the capital. Yeah,
Yeah, you guys
it's
say
very
Bucharest
big.
or Bucharest?
Bucharest.
Okay.
Bucharest. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just adding the Arabic accent to it. Yes. Yeah, that's where he lives right now. I don't know why he left for Romania, man. I have no clue why he did it, but I guess he's happy there. You know, if he's happy, that's all that matters.
Exactly. Yes. And was he like study here, university, something?
He went for business. He does not have a degree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this happens. When did this happen? He's like 60 right now, so probably when in the 80s this happened. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, he got quite a good time in the communism. Yeah.
Yes. Which is
He
like really
knows the
weird.
regime.
Yes, that's it exactly.
You should
Yeah,
visit him, you know.
I want to go to Romania. The only problem
Yeah.
is that I'm all the way in Canada. It's really expensive to like take a plane from here to there.
Yeah.
You know. So it's
Well,
like
I was a hacker back in the days, and I was buying the plane tickets fake, you know.
Yes.
And I was traveling free with the
Did
airplanes.
they
Yeah,
get you?
it was so fun, you know. In the 2000, they opened the borders so we could travel around Europe. as a tourist, you know.
Mm,
Yeah, it was nice.
interesting. That's nice.
Like every week, I was flying about 2 or 3 times. You know, I was going from my city to a city in Europe, hang out like 1 or 2 days, and then come back home.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. All that hacking skills put into good use.
Mm. Well, I was the bad hacker, evil, you know, like.
So what happened now? You turned a good leaf, or you still do that stuff?
Well, I was like many kids, an atheist, and but in my 30s, then I read the Bible.
Mm.
Um, I had some. I ran into issues with the authorities. So, and when I read the Bible, then I saw that this trial coming to me is like God is offering me on a plate, you know, go make your payment, pay back for what I did, you know. But from now on that I read the law and I know, I had a change of heart. So it's just, I don't do it anymore, you know, like financial crimes and stuff like that.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
But yeah, as a child, technology seduced me with this power.
Of course. So
Power.
easy, man.
Yeah, yeah,
Back
yeah.
in the days, it was so
It's
easy.
very tempting power. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
funny because it's this technology that made a lot of people either very rich and smart or either stupid and poor.
Yes.
So it's like there's no middle ground for this technology, you know?
It takes your soul straight away and without
Absolutely.
knowing. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. That's why, like, when I'm like planning to have kids one day, I don't know if I should introduce them to this
God
technology that
bless.
we have.
Don't worry about this. You know, just have them because children are blessing from God, and
Absolutely.
you don't need to have everything prepared or whatever.
I'm
You
really
know. Yeah.
terrified about the thought because I see the world today and it's like it's not suitable, especially Canada and the United States, man. I
Yeah.
don't see it suitable for a place to raise a child.
It
It's
is
really not.
hard indeed. Yes, but
So I'm
my
thinking of like,
advice is don't hold back. You know, if it's given to have, just have it. You know, and
yeah,
all that matters is to be a good parent. You know, regardless, don't care how the world is. You know, if you're going to be a good parent, if that is what you seek and work out for, then it's like going out, seed, seeding your garden, and you will have that crop.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And the only thing that I want out of anything is for the kids to still have that connection to with God, you know. You know,
Yes.
it's because like these days it's really easy because the atheism is like one of those things that has become very mainstream, I guess.
Yes. Yes. They spread it like
Yes,
very hard. They push it.
exactly. And especially with all the sins that you see these days have been normalized. Like if you want to be righteous
Yeah.
these days, you want to do things the old ways, people will demonize you, man. People look at
Yeah.
you like you're some sort of demon or like you're
Yeah. They call
backwards or something.
you hate speaker, you know, when you judge.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like getting these, you know, because like any, you brought the example of a seed, right? Like any
Yeah.
plant, as long as you take care of it in the beginning, make sure the roots nourish and stuff, it can grow
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
It's all about the beginning stage of growing the thing. It's not
Yes.
at the end of it you wanna like help it and fix it out, right?
Yeah. Well, when you do agriculture, every year when you plant something, after a period of time, like every 6 years, you must give some time to the ground to rest. Like it doesn't work planting wheat, for example, for 20 years. You know,
Hmm.
in 21 years, 3 years, you must give to this land. You plant nothing on it. You just leave it like that as is. You know, but with all these pesticides and what's this called when you feed the ground with nitrates or yeah.
Hmm. You fertilize, is that the word you're looking for?
Yeah, fertilizers.
Yeah.
They manage to create these special fertilizers, and you don't give the soil that period of time, so you can use it on and on. Yeah,
Hmm. Absolutely,
and
man.
I'm sure this has spiritual implications. The quality of the soil and ground. It's not like how do I say? You're using it in forcing it.
Yes. It's always that the best crops that you grow is the ones that you use the least chemicals on, the one that you make it grow naturally.
Yes. Yeah. True.
Like I used to live in Jordan, right? And we have this small pickles. Sorry, no, not pickle cucumbers.
Yeah.
We have these small
Yeah.
cucumbers, but when you eat it, like you can feel the taste of it. Like it's cucumber, right? When I came
Yeah.
to Canada, everything is oversized, man. Like you have this big tomato, you have this big
Big.
cucumber,
Yeah.
you have
Giant.
these
Yeah.
big red apples. Like I've never seen vegetable this big in my life before, right? But
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
bite into it and you eat it, man, it's like everything tastes like absolutely water with no taste added to it. Tomatoes and
True.
cucumbers taste
Yeah.
the same, man. It's like it's
Also, their smell.
yeah.
If you smell them,
They don't smell
they
like
have a
vegetables.
different smell. Yeah. Yeah.
They smell like something chemical or it's like been
Yeah.
chloride or something, man.
Yeah.
So like even the
Like
food here is
bleached.
like suspicious, man.
You're right.
So I
Yeah,
don't know
this
what
is
they're
the
feeding.
GM industry. They genetically, they call it genetically modified, but actually I see it more as genetically select,
Hmm.
because they cannot genetically modify the plants and stuff. They only select.
Absolutely. Yeah. But still though, like in the end of the day, man, if you still have or if you still live in a country where people grow stuff without the interference of a big corporate just selling everybody their monopoly, they put a monopoly on vegetables and stuff. Everybody has their own business, everybody has their own farms. You eat fresh, actually like fresh grown food, man. That's really good. And I think like we're also gonna be the last generation in the world to ever taste what real food tastes like. Because in the future, when everything is GM modified and stuff, everything is going to be monopolized. Everything is going to be changed so it can be marketed easy and stuff. Yeah, in the future, man, I don't know. I don't even know, man. We're gonna be missing those times. We're gonna tell our kids, and back in our days, the food tasted good, not like what. And we were gonna laugh at you, like, what are you talking about? Food is food. How did it change, right? Uh, Oh man, this world we live in is doomed, man. Honestly, I don't even have kids yet. I'm already sad for the state of this world. I'm going to the Bible chat. See you later, guys.
See you later. Enjoy.
cara. Just a touch in there. Don't speak. Hang on. Hi there, everybody. Seems to be a bit quiet this evening, yeah? Or afternoon or morning. Mic check, mic check. Can anybody hear me? Yeah. Can anybody hear me? Testing, testing. Mic check, mic check. Anybody there? Hello. Oh, has everybody gone to sleep? I can't hear you, Jimbo. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody there? Very unusual. Nobody's talking. It's a very rarer situation, this now. No one's speaking. No one's speaking. What's happened? What?
What's happening?
Where is everybody? Where is everybody?
Where are you talking?
I'm in the server. I'm in the 24/7 server. No one's here. No one's here at the moment. It looks like everybody's sleeping at this point, which is a surprise. Yeah, that's very few numbers. Yeah, not many people here now. Gee whiz, that is unusual for there to be so little people. Okay, uno momento. Be back in a moment. Just a moment, guys.
You can hear me loud and clear. What do you mean? Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me loud and clear? Who's here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Since you're here, I just made a new track. If you want to listen to it, if you want, well, I recommend you have a listen. I'm gonna post it in live stream.
I'm actually just going to do a recording. I'm going to drop because I'm going to try and catch Hillbilly Blue Balls before he goes to bed. I realise it's late over there.
Okay. No problem, bro.
I'll be back in 15, 20 minutes.
No problem. Man, who else is here? Hot dang, diggity dang, dang, diggity dang, diggity dang, dang, diggity dang. Yo, Jimbo, you're lighting up, but we cannot hear you. Maybe you want to drop in, drop out. Paging Jin CBR1. Paging Jin CBR1. Can you read me? I guess not. Oh well. I live a lonely life. God damn it, here. I fucking smash everybody with my fucking trophy here. Have this, Mr. Lobby. Have this. Motherfuckers. Some of this. I live a lonely life. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Take some Raja, you take some Raja, take some Albariqua. A ravenous rat. Balls. Kill. Fucking keep it up, man. Take some of this. Take some of that. Take some of this. Take some of that. Have some of this. Have some of that. Yo, God rockin'. Go do that. This. That. Fucking wham. Fucking kill. Take it. Iskander, take some of that. Be good. Fuck did Sonny go, man? Sonny, it's been a while. Some fucker. Take it. Spam, you motherfuckers. Spam more spam. Spam like crazy. Go. Take some, bitches. Take it all, right. Try some motherfucking condo. Here, too. Bro, use this music here. Bro, go fuck you too. Rah, take it all. Take it, Aramiston. Where the fuck you go here, you too? Take more. Here, you can take some too. Fuck is this guy? Fuck right up. You too. Fuck. You don't listen to my shit anyways. Do. So, oh, that's my whole. To you. You have some listening. You have some explaining to do. Bro, listen to it, bro. It's complete. Bumper in the car, bro. I live a lonely life. I live a lonely life. Like, I don't have no fucking permissions. What? Fuck that. Yeah. That's garbage. Okay. The Golden Globe. Yo, mic check. Jimbo, you there? Been a while, man. Where'd you go? Ah, I live a lonely life. Here, Glober, 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 Glober. Just bring me a Glober. I will take care of him. Oh well, what can I do? What can I do? Is there anybody out there? Woo. No? Okay. Is there anybody out there? Woo. Can you hear the silence of the lambs? Clarice? Sure as fuck quiet. God damn. I'll be talking for at least 30 minutes before I go to sleep. Maybe. If I pass out. I'll be talking to myself. Singing pretty songs. Talking to myself. Singing pretty songs. What? Verge is virgin. What the fuck? Neo. My cryptocurrency. My crypto money. Is there anybody out there? Anybody wanna have a conversation with me? Is there anybody out there? Anybody out there? Anybody out there? Oh, Sasha, welcome to the server. How was your day today?
I wake up 5 minutes ago.
Oh, good. At least I can talk to somebody. It's been quiet for way too goddamn long.
Wait, I need to make cigarette. No cigarette. Joint and coffee.